Hi everyone, we're back with Final Fantasy 12. Let's go. Oh, did it just crash? No. Just unlocked one of these shortcuts. I think I have to go this way to get the other ones. We'll do that now. Everybody had a good weekend. Hoping having unlocked all of these licenses for armor is going to make it easier to just stay equipped going forward, but we'll see, I guess. I did buy a bunch of upgrades before coming in here. Oh, wow. Is it from, like, it's like a repetitive stress injury, Ravenon? Something like oils and, it's either tactics or 9. Dispel, interesting. It's actually something I almost certainly want to put on a gambit, but I'm not sure a gambit exists. Let me check. Foe. I was hoping it would be foe status equals buff, but I would have to have a dedicated gambit slot for every buff I want to automatically dispel. Okay. I'll just manually cast it then. Oh, I hope you're able to get medicated for it, Ravenon. That sucks. I like the idea of status effects like oil. I wish more status effects were interesting. So many of them degenerate to locks down your character or deals damage over time, right? Or is a fancy way to say your character is dead. Like, those are the 3 basic status effects in most games. You can play with it a little bit. Mucus. I don't know if it's just this dungeon, but I've been having a really smooth 60 FPS for this whole game, and suddenly in this zone it's hiccuping a bit as I turn some corners. Nothing's changed in the machine, so I'll try to keep an eye on it. Oh, I had, like, my power flickered off about 15 minutes before I went live. I think it's past. We had a massive power outage this past Friday evening. Like, the entire town lost power. We were at my nephew's last marching band performance, and they had just did the part where, like, all the parents shadow the seniors, like, march with them just by walking behind them. And like a minute after they finished, the stadium lights just all went out, and we thought that they were doing a thing to like kick us off because they could count on everybody having cell phones with flashlights on them. Didn't realize at the time that the entire town had lost power, but we were all like, man, it's really good that didn't happen like 2 minutes earlier when all these parents are trying to shadow their kids. They would have all crashed into each other because it was pitch black. But anyway, if the stream just suddenly abruptly dies, that it's actually kind of weird because of my uninterruptible power supply. You might see like the lights go out on the webcam for a couple seconds, because I'll still be online for a few seconds before I lose everything. That happened during, we had a power outage during The Last of Us 2, where if you go back and watch the VOD, you can just see me lose power and be like, what the fuck just happened? Keep an eye on how many license points I'm getting here. Not too much. I think this means we have to come back to both of these shortcuts. I'm not sure, actually. I'll find out here in a second. Yeah, okay, so I've been halfway down green and halfway down red. I thought I just had to light those two, but it looks like they're both just checkpoints. This whole section of the game is big and open. Weirdly so. Is there actually something that I need to interact with down here? This might actually be what I need to do. Then I warp back and nothing happened. Yeah, we've been to all the waystones, right? Huh. So I think I'm actually missing something. I'm gonna go explore the parts of this area that I haven't been to, I guess. The map doesn't... Treasure Ash has been talking about is inside Wraith Walls 2. Okay. I guess I can try pressing the third light that was on the teleport platform from before. Maybe that goes somewhere interesting. I don't know. Frame hiccups again on those stairs. It's really strange. Maybe there's just a lot going on in this area that I can't see. To watch everybody's MP here. Thought I had a Poisona, maybe not. Guess I'm starved for Gambit still. Yeah, I got blind and silence removal. I think I can not do two. I think if I just do ally status silence, since ally includes self, they would have to remove silence from themselves first, right? Because they wouldn't have the option of trying to cast it on somebody else if they were silent, so that's redundant. But no, never mind, because they can't, it was not redundant because they can use echo herbs on themselves, or they can't cast Vox on themselves if they're silenced. Okay. That's why I did it that way. This is probably fine, though. I'll probably just buy more of these later. Sunbox for now. Yeah, if it has oil, cast fire, basically. Oh, I didn't mean to. Thank you, I didn't see that. Because I read it wrong. Hey, Ben. Yes, Ben, you're very cute. Yep, I love you too, Ben. That was a thing that happened. Those guys have like a bomb-style detonation ability? Yikes. Okay. Good to know. Yikes. Yeah, they don't. They get license points, though. I assume you can carry them, catch them up pretty quickly. Ben is sitting on the back of my chair here. Alright, Ben, you're the streamer now. You got this, right? I'm guessing that most of the time they just, like, don't get the cast off or something? Really should try to get him to favor Bosch with that if possible. I know, right? Why am I locked? I feel like I killed several of those without that being a problem. Are they like level scaling or something? Do they only get that ability at level 20 or something? It's extremely strange that it's only now happening. I don't think I've changed anything about my playstyle here. Let me see if the third portal thing on the deck up here does something different now. I don't know what's inflicting me with oil, but I assume that it's just going to get reapplied on me constantly in here. So. Extra damage from fire is kind of irrelevant. I don't know why the self-destruct mobs are dying slowly enough that they're getting that attack off now, though. So I've been oiled since the beginning of stream and killed like 7 of them before they started blowing me up. Alright. not send me where I wanted to go. This is going to send me presumably back to... Oh, actually, this is that boss. Okay, so I can go shopping. Do that real quick. I thought maybe I was locked out of shopping because of that other minor boss, but the one that I can't fight because the path is too short. And I haven't done any grinding. Good night, sir. See you around. Stop showering before stream. That's what I thought. I guess for the boss fight, but I hope the boss doesn't have the ability to just re-inflict it. Like I said, I assume whatever's doing it in the dungeon is just going to keep doing it. Not much to pick up here. That's fine. Remember not to teleport because it bizarrely uses a resource that could get me stranded somewhere and have to walk. Okay. So blue warps me out, green goes to the left side teleport stone, red goes to the right side teleport stone. Both of them have little objective markers on them, but don't appear to do anything. I completely covered that area. I basically covered this area. I figured there would be like a switch there or something. Otherwise, why have the circles selecting those? I mean, maybe there's something else in that room that I'm missing. I'll go check. I think I warp back here and there's just going to be enemies again, right? All that eventually does is just gets me back onto the main platform. I don't know what to do here. I feel like I've fully explored this room and the top room and the main room. So if anyone has a hint, I will take one. Otherwise, I'll look it up here in a second. Take the door. This one? Let's just go back to the main room with the teleporters. What? I'll look at the map again after this.
Fog? Underground?
Not fog. Mist.
You can see the mist with your eyes?
Where it is thick enough, you may. The nether runs deep in this place.
So, is the mist dangerous?
Yes, but it is also an aid. A dense mist allows the working of powerful magics.
I'll keep that in mind. Can't count on Vaughn to keep track of these things. That's for sure.
So is that an actual mechanical thing? Why is this different? Whoa, why, though? Is this just one of the only doors that doesn't get mapped to... Hold on, I'm just gonna go back through the door to try to understand what just happened. Is it that the thing I'm on... I see, I thought I was at that bottom door, which looks like it just goes back to the main chamber. But I'm in an unmapped area that has a separate door behind it. Cool. I didn't realize it was possible to have rooms that weren't on the map. This frame hiccuping in-game doesn't pass after we get out of this dungeon. I'm gonna try to make sure I don't have anything else running on this machine. I shouldn't. I basically just use this machine exclusively for stream video games, but... Oh, hey. Recognize the look of this guy from Final Fantasy Tactics, I think. Oh, I love this track. Esper Battle. Elias. Saber. I've used this track in D&D games several times. Berry. Seems like something worth dispelling. This I haven't picked up yet. Okay. Never mind. Iraja? That wasn't that bad. But it did throw... first, I guess. Pro team. I need to get Fran to be lower priority heal. What's Bosch's? Okay. I guess the theory is Bosch is going to do a large MP cost Cura when someone's really low. That means he's standing around more of the time. See if that helps at all. Raja Dose. Does inflict that, okay. Hey, Kira got off, nice. Bossler got oiled. He's about to have a bad day. Probably can up the threshold for this. Change her to 30%. Nothing to steal. I must have grabbed it at the beginning without seeing what it was. Go team. The gem. Okay. Elias, the Gygus.
In vain glory they arose, shouting challenges at the
Cannibal the
gods.
Cannibal.
But prevail they did not. Their doom it was to walk the mist until time's end. A legend of the Nemo.
My family tells a story of the Dynast King and an Esper. The story goes that in his youth, the Dynast King defeated a mighty Gygus, for which the gods took heed of him. Thereafter, it was ever bound to him in thraldom.
So, all this time it's been here guarding the Dynast King's treasure?
Not so. The Esper is the Dynast King's
I like that
treasure.
they brought back the word Esper. I think it's my favorite
That's your
word
treasure?
for summon beast.
In this Esper we now command rests a power whose worth is beyond any
They're not going to
measure.
use the Japanese one.
Is that so? Call me old-fashioned, but I was hoping for a treasure whose worth we could measure.
Summoning a thing I have to, like, unlock on the license board, or... I don't remember how it works at all. Although maybe it was going to give me a tutorial there. It is. Okay. Oh, there it is. Only one character can obtain this license. Second board license has been added to the license board. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that makes me a little bit less stressed out about this whole thing. Wait. So, if I have a second license board, I can freely swap between them, right? I don't have to, like, finish picking things up here first and then switch? Okay. Like, the problem with taking Black Mage is that I'm already, like, so Gambit limited on Bosch. So I want to take something that kind of runs itself. I'd almost certainly have to unequip the Regen Staff. Now, if I were to take Red Battle Mage, does that mean that White Magic stuff that's on the Red Battle Mage license board, since I've already unlocked it on the White Mage license board, will already be cleared and therefore will already open up access to other licenses near it on the board? Okay. Yeah, I feel like any character that doesn't have a lot to do with gambits needs to multi-class into something that's going to have a bunch of gambit tax costs, like Time Mage or Black Mage, so... Guess let's try Bushi. I am going to get the chance to respec all of this at some point, right? Toggle board. Okay. Oh, I was hoping to get extra gambit slots out of that. That was wishful thinking, I guess. I guess I'll grab them now. When you respec boards, does that include letting you change who has the Esper? What is one character being able to summon the Esper consume? Is it that that quickening resource that I'm currently not using? Does it like pull them out of the combat or something? To get to it. So Ash currently doesn't have a ton to do. She has a little bit of white magic innately. So I think we'll give her this one. Some jobs have skills stuck behind Esper slots. Oh, that's kind of icky. Okay, good to know, thank you. Balance. Mostly here for haste. Try to save up for that. Oh, I thought Walter meant that there would be nodes on the board that... So there are certain Espers that you should take on a specific class because only on that class will taking the Esper get you to a isolated node. Because those nodes don't even appear on the board until you find the Esper, I guess. Apparently has cure as an emergency. License points. That's interesting. So look when you get an Esper. See if it bridges. Well, I guess my point is, like, if all things are equal, you don't particularly care who gets the Esper, the one that's likely to lead you. So Ether Lore I would only get, and Sheer and Addle I would only get via Belias, and there might be another Esper that unlocks a spot past them, I guess. Following y'all right? Oh, great. Establish that Optimize isn't... I picked 3 classes, 3 setups where Optimize is useless for the weapon. Her because of the way the gun works, him because I'm using a healing staff at the moment, and her because I'm using her unarmed and that doesn't get reflected in the stats for some reason. Oh, really? Hold on. So it would have to be from this exact tile, or this exact tile, or this, or this, or this. It's never going to be 2 in a row, basically. Or here, or here. Okay. Well, I can start assigning some of their new Gambit slots here. Definitely, she's gonna need way more Gambit slots now. Gone from not particularly caring about gambit slots for now to wanting them on everybody. Oh boy. So we do want to do self silence. No herbs. Bummer I have to use 2 slots for that, but it's fine. Ally. I guess I should check what other removal spells I even have. I guess it's just Protect and Shell that I can add onto the list right now. So, again, casting Protect is smart, right? If I do Ally NA Protect and Ally NA Shell, it'll only do that if they're not currently up. So the problem is that locks him down and uses up all his MP extremely fast, so... A simple weak attack spell, that would be super nice. Wants you to actively adjust your gambits instead of just having a one size fits all, I suppose. How many total gambit slots can you have? Is it like 10 or something? I'd love to have like 50 or something ridiculous. It would be a lot of fun.
Your Majesty, we must go.
What?
Well, oh, so it might be worth buying quickening abilities just for the mischarge. Okay. I haven't really done any content that's required.
You will be avenged.
Like that Belias fight, I had to pause it a couple times to use handkerchiefs, but other than that, it just kind of ended. I'm sure I'll pick it up eventually. Use your max MP in the original? Weird. So I'm still getting the kind of jittery frame rate in this dungeon. We'll see once we leave if it goes away. If not, I'll try to fix it. So you might choose to use them for MP instead of as for summons or quickening abilities. Or Posh is just going to be spamming Protect and Shell on everybody forever. This is his life now. Graphics. This is fine.
Such a tremendous honor to again be graced with your presence, Majesty. You left us with such great dispatch upon our last encounter that I must confess I had begun to worry that we may have given your Majesty some cause for offense.
Such a heartfelt display of remorse. Now what is it you want?
I want you to give me the Nethicite.
The Nethicite?
That is a base imitation. We seek Wraithwald's legacy, the ancient relics of the Dynast King. Day-affected Nethicite.
Day-affected Nethicite.
Did you not tell him, Captain Azalus?
Majesty, he speaks of the Dawn Shard. That is the Nethicite.
Are you mad, Vossler?
If we are to save Dalmasca, we must accept the truth. I will fight this profitless battle no more.
Captain Azalus has struck a wise bargain.
He called it.
In return for
Although,
the Dawn
maybe
Shard,
I remembered that
the Empire
subconsciously,
will permit
but-
Lady Ash to reclaim her throne, and the kingdom of Dalmasca will be restored. Think
What's
on
the
it.
catch?
An entire kingdom for a stone. You must admit, 'tis more than a fair exchange.
And when all is said and done, your master will have another pet.
Lady Ash, let us take him for the people of Dalmasca. Your Majesty wallows in indecision on peril of their heads. And his shall be the first to fall.
Well, at least your sword is to the point.
To think the relics of the Dynast King were day-affected Nethicite, Dr. Sid will be beside himself.
What did you say?
Captain Azalus, take them to Shiva. They should have leave to return to Rabanasta soon.
Day-effect is kind of a cool verb.
I want you to assess its power.
Did our orders not specify that we return the stone for testing?
I will not chance returning with a stone that is yet unproven.
Fucks with geese. I think Yukapo is right. This game is like the inverse of Kingdom Hearts.
When we return to
Two over
Dalmasca,
358
we can announce that you are
days.
alive and well. I will then continue our negotiations with the Empire. I believe Lars is the key. He'll listen to us. We should trust him.
Who are you, Vossler, to talk of trust?
The son of Dalmasca.
Our equipment here is limited, so we'll be using the ship's drive to make our assessment. Once we've connected the stone, the reaction should be easily measured.
Methods do not interest me, only results.
Fran? Such heat! The mist, it's burning!
6,800, 6,900, 7,000! This must be deified nethicite! The count still climbs!
Ah, we found it at last. True day-affected nethicite. The power of the Dynast King in my hands. Blood alone does not an emperor make, vain.
What is this? Something's wrong!
What is it? You stand.
Hold her down!
Is she gonna go all Wookiee rage on us?
What's wrong with her?
I always knew Fran didn't take well to being tied up. I just never knew how much. How about you?
I like Fran's idea. Let's get out of here.
No farther! Sky Pirates, the future of Dalmasca will not be stolen. Why do this, Bosch? This struggle is futile. You must know where it leads.
I do know. All too well.
She's berserk. When they're berserk, do they just ignore their gambits entirely? Or do they still obey certain gambits, like physical attack targeting? Where not having a guest character and Bosch not contributing damage is kind of a problem. I'm trying to work on it. Gonna get him a samurai sword first. Cast Reflect, we didn't get any spells, so it's completely fine. I didn't realize that Fran's Berserk wore off eventually. Interesting. Plus she was just in like Wookiee rage because of the day-affected nethicite thingy. Yeah, that would have been really bad. That would have been I guess not an unwinnable fight, because I could have used consumables to heal.
Negative. Impossible.
Engine room, this is the bridge. Report.
What are they doing down there?
Happened.
The nethicite's draining the ship's power!
Disengage it at once.
I want that number 3 unit seal.
Then it's infected. Charge critical in 300. Cascade failure.
Press AZ5.
Ash, let's go.
All I have done, I've ever thought of Dalmasca first.
I know you do. I would ne'er gainsay your loyalty.
Look on what my haste has wrought. Did I act too quick? Or was your return too late? I can serve her no more. You must take up my charge.
Right. Thanks for trying, Vossler. You were a good guest character. Seems bad.
This might get a little dicey.
Mist. It manifests now.
Is that what you call this?
What's that?
I think it's the Dawn Shard.
What are we waiting for?
Just to pick it back up? I guess that's fine.
The dreadnought Leviathan is sunk. The 8th Fleet of the Arcadian Imperial Army lost. As word of the events in the yacht sounded throughout the Empire, quit I Bujerba, citing sudden malady. My true motive, to bring the various counter-imperial forces scattered throughout Ivalice together.
The
in
phrasing was
unified
extremely
resistance.
strange, but I understand now.
By this time, Lady Ash
I
had made her
departed from
return to
Bujerba.
Rabanastre. She had not, however, made known her presence. Rather, she was content with keeping both her own whereabouts and those of the Dawn Shard concealed. Had she chosen then to go before her people, my error in announcing her suicide would be known, to the great detriment of my efforts to assemble a resistance. In such circumstance as the Lady Ash then found herself, even were she to proclaim Dalmasca restored, it would serve only to invite the Empire's wrath. Though Arcadia had lost her 8th Fleet, she remained, as ever, a military power with which to be reckoned.
Got it. I think this is the kind of game where, like, the plot of the setting is bigger than the main characters. I think so far just about everything that's happened has been, like, outside of the protagonist's control or direction. You resolve to go get the day effect at Nethysite, but then immediately get kidnapped. And then their fleet gets destroyed, but it's through no action of your own, right? Like... So we can go on our little tour of the story.
The Rosarian Empire assembles a vast host under guise of martial exercises. It is our belief they wait for the proper pretext, the sooner to make their strike against Arcadia.
Can we do that reactor overload summon on purpose?
The loss of Leviathan and her fleet.
It's fine, it's a different kind of story, right?
Comes as a most grievous blow. Were Rosaria to invade, the battle would be hard fought. Had Lord Vane not deployed the fleet so capriciously, we would not now find ourselves in such perilous circumstance.
Lord Vane shall be made to answer for his actions. It is the will of the Senate. Excellency, though he be your son, justice must be served.
A convenient thing, justice. And so I must now make a choice between my throne and my son.
A most lamentable situation.
Yugo described it as the inverse of Kingdom Hearts.
For Lord Vane, perhaps. Yet surely Lord Lauser will make for a fine emperor.
Lauser so adores his brother, and he is
Setting
yet
as king,
young.
characters don't matter.
But he will not remain young forever. Already he busies himself unraveling Lord Vane's tangled skein. Lord Larsa has found his role to play and pursues it with some enthusiasm.
Ah, yes. And who would set him at such tasks?
What matter? Lord Vane himself once saw his elder brothers brought to like justice, did he not? At your Excellency's behest, as I recall.
You may put yourself at ease, Lord Gramis.
I guess Balthier and Fran kind of come in with a plan, but then they kind of just are end up, everybody's along for the ride, basically.
By your will, I shall bid Vane return to Arcades.
Curious to see how Yoshi P and their team do FF16. Thanks, Ghost Prince. Good looking out, buddy. Thinking back to like Sakaguchi Final Fantasies, right? Like things usually are pretty character motivated.
So, it was
Titus
the Dawn Shard that brought down
is
the
worried about the
Imperial
summoner,
fleet.
so he goes in the cloister
You
and
know
rushes
your
past the
stuff.
monk, right?
Destructive power of such force. I've seen it once before.
Yuna
Lady Ash, you know of what I speak.
wants to fight Seymour on her own without burdening others, so she
The
does
capital
this,
of
right?
Old Nebradia, Lord Rassler's fatherland. At the time of the invasion, a division of Imperials entered the city. There was a mighty explosion. Friend and foe died alike. Something was there. One of the Dynast King's relics. The Midlight Shard was in Nebradia.
No. Has he talked about it?
More Nethicite. Well, no wonder they invaded.
That ridiculous war. The trap at the treaty signing. All this because Vane
The voice
wanted
acting
power.
is really compressed.
He must not be allowed to claim the Nethicite. The Empire must never hold it.
Oh, they already do. The Dusk Shard, most likely the Midlight Shard, too.
Well, he makes it to Shadowbringers.
Besides, can't they manufacture Nethicite now?
Very well. Then the path set before us is clear. We'll use the Dawn Shard to fight them. Dalmasca does not forget kindness, nor ill deed done. With sword in hand, she aids her allies. Sword in hand, she lays to rest her foes. This Nethicite I hold must be my sword. I will avenge those who have died. And the Empire will know remorse.
It's actually kind of heartwarming because Final Fantasy XIV feels like a gigantic Final Fantasy like
You even know how to
fan
use
love
it?
letter.
So
I bet the kind of like heartwarming
Gareth
moments he
may
gets from
know.
running into familiar bosses and stuff.
The Gareth people live by the old ways. Magicite lore is a part of their culture.
But seeing that they've made it their own
They
thing and
may
worked into
hear
their
it.
story.
The cry of the Nethicite's power. Whispers of the stone's menace.
dangerous though it be, what we need now is power. Should we declare Dalmasca free without the means to defend our claim, the Empire would crush us. You must take me to meet with the Gareth.
They live beyond Osman Plain.
Not exactly close.
Compensation, is that what you want?
Straight to the point, aren't we? I like that. Compensation. How about the ring?
This? Isn't there something else?
No one's forcing you.
Probably just gonna stick to the instances. Tend to talk about whatever cutscenes preceded the instance if they were interesting.
I'll give it back to you as soon as I find something more valuable.
What do you mean something more valuable?
Hard to say. I'll know when I find it. What is it you want, Vaughn? What are you looking for?
Me? What am I looking for? I guess... Well...
Yeah, what are you looking for, Vaughn? That's a good question.
You know...
Nick later, he was killed by Nazgul.
The Gareth are said to dwell in Kirwan.
So they do. We'll need to head south, past the Giza Plains.
It is the rains now in Giza. The wadis will be swollen with the deluge. Passage may be difficult.
But those same waters may also lay open new routes to us.
Regardless, we must go south, yes?
First things first. You're eager to be on your way, I know. But we should see that we're prepared before setting out.
I made my resolve 2 years ago. I swore to overcome any hardship I may face.
Man cannot live by resolve alone, Princess.
It came out of Final Fantasy X-2 with a new take on the game. I think we'll see if this remains the truth by the end of the game, but I think as we move through Final Fantasy XII, that my cynical, chemically depressed 2021 Marstead hot take on this game is going to be everyone is Vaughn? At least all of the player characters are Vaughn for the first 10 hours. Maybe that changes later. The plot just kind of happens around you, which is, again, it's fine. Like, I praise Dark Souls all the time for being a universe where the main character is kind of in the world after it's no longer relevant, right? All of the interesting things already happened here. It feels different from that, obviously. The run cycle. Oh, do they have new stock after that cutscene? Okay, I'm still getting weird frame rate jank. One sec, I'm just gonna hide this for a second. Make sure there's not some reason for it. I don't think so. The only thing running on this machine is Google Drive. And I guess Discord, I'll close that. It's very strange. It's been super smooth this whole time. I guess I'll close Google Drive too. But didn't fix it. Weird. Alright, I'll just let my eye twitch a little bit. Pretend like it's not happening. Runs like a politician. I think this is the same stock from earlier. From that new shop that I had just encountered, so but now they've now inherited that stock. I'll check the magic and Technic shop just in case. The world's not particularly open in this one. That tends to be pretty late in the Sakaguchi Final Fantasies. 6 accepted. I guess it's still late-ish in 6, but there's a lot of game left over once the world becomes open. It's usually like the last disc. Gravity is a fun spell in this game. I didn't really think about that before. Usually gravity is kind of a pain in the ass to manage, but I guess the problem is if an enemy is immune to gravity and you set a gambit condition like cast this whenever they're above this percentage of their max health, they'll just keep wasting it even though the enemy's immune to it, right? Am I not supposed to sell the Esper gems? Or is that fine? I don't like not having all the spells, but I'm not actively casting them, and they actually represent a pretty significant percentage of my current wealth. Technics, Traveler. I got the opportunity to use Traveler and was... Does Traveler get busted in the end game once your step count gets really high? Oh hey Ikubo, how you doing? Missed your message earlier. Stop by the Gambit shop. I think I got most of them, but I think I pretty much just left behind the ones that were more expensive. There aren't any, like, Gambits that get added as you progress through the game. Like, the shop pretty much has everything right at the beginning, I assume. Silence. Totally fine. Even at max steps, it's not very strong. It's reliable damage. I think basically just all the shops in Ravenastor have inherited the stock of the most recent shop that I visited. But that's still nice, so. South of Giza Plains. I still am unable to buy teleport stones, right? Enemy allies present means that you have at least one living party member, I assumed. Way south there. Alright, Bosch, I think it's time to drop you off the healing staff. It was a fun thing when we had a guest character, but now we desperately need you to do something. Traveler's step counter resets when you use it? Oh, okay. Never mind. the contents of chests change as the game progresses, or as your character's character levels go up, or is it pretty static? Daily, free, can't miss. Gotcha. Gosh. That was fun. 2 license points. Neat. Storm Elemental aggroes you. Oh shit. Oh, that's bad. What's lightning weak against in this? Is it like... I'm guessing... I assume it's not like Final Fantasy X where it's just opposed. Oh, well, that was bad. Let's get over here. Probably should put Auto Libra on somebody. Might be able to do it on Bosch even. Why the frame rate is so icky all of a sudden. It's extremely strange. And I'm apparently not able to let it go. Kingdom to control F this board. Katanas, HP. Techniques always look like a scroll, right? 1,000 needles? Really? Two zones depending on the season. That's kind of neat. I thought I could get Libra for him. Maybe not. Someone else can get it. Oh, Bosch just knows it by default? Okay. That's nice. Let me drop Shell, because it's just using up all of his life. Against ice. Oh. Okay, the Storm Elemental is... Yeah, this is Final Fantasy 11 shit. Got it. Holy Gator against Earth. Do hunts even exist in the world if you haven't accepted the hunt quest? Like, can you bump into them and kill them and then turn in the hunt after the fact? Oh, I thought hunts were four. Is this like a squares and rectangles thing? I thought hunts were always 4 notorious monsters. All hunts are 4 notorious monsters, but not all notorious monsters are covered by hunts or something. Hunts seem like an extremely core mechanic to the way they're expecting you to play this game, given that the story isn't around hunting NMs, right? It's interesting. Like if Vaughn was like a monster hunter or something, right? Unique, they have rewards, they just exist, okay. Gotcha. Got a heady coat. Oh, that's kind of neat. Well, different take on a Zognol. Against wind. I think Fran has now. No, not yet. What level are my folks? Okay, so enemies I'm running into are now starting to be a little bit higher level than me. Might need to grind a bit. Yeah, I think when this game originally came out around the same time as the first version of Barkley. This had to have been included in the parody. So can I just not hit flyers? This is strange. Against Earth. Disable didn't land, it looks like. It's probably gonna take too long. Spears and poles work. I'm trying to get more spells for everybody, but I gotta get them the licenses. I don't know if I can deal with 2 of these at once. This might be bad. Into Zoo links. Oh boy. Let's see what happens here. Unfortunately, Fran's gonna keep spamming steel, at least until the zoo gets its health down slightly. Link another ad here. Mosh uses charge. Which charge has no downside if it's used at extremely low MP, I think. Is that true? Game scales based on the current in-game clock minute. That's like some Final Fantasy Tactics calculator shit. I dig it. Really need to be able to actually damage those flyers. Is there any time magic? I don't know what balance is. I know what vanish is. I guess I could at least cast gravity on it. Here for haste is the reason I took that primarily. Wow, is that... Okay, no, there is more time magic. Gotcha. I kind of like the idea of Time Mage having its own set of spells separate from white and black magic. The reason to use Mystic Armor, if I'm able to use heavier armor, is to get extra MP, is that right? Wind damage. Fire out, okay. Weird damage spells. A spell. I'd love to get Holy, but I have to actually get the spells. Just picking it up on the board isn't doing me too many favors here. Deletion attack that's only available when blind. That's kind of a neat idea. So, like, stuff like 1,000 Needles, like, what's stopping me from just using that as my main attack? I mean, I'm sure it gets outpaced by other sources of damage later in the game. Is there like a cooldown on Technics? I guess I'll take it. I give them more Gambit slots too. Oh, right, I don't have access to it right away. Shit. That was a waste. Probably can get... So if I have 2 instances of Martyr, is Martyr shared across these boards? It looks like it is shared. Okay, never mind. Question's been answered. Let's see. Still don't really have anything amazing I can do on a foe. The spell could be nice. I'm gonna want this slot once I get another interesting spell for him, but I don't think I need it just now. That's how you spec your characters in the original, because casters without Mystic Armor are weaker at magic. Viper. Going against Holy, it looks like. These guys are in Final Fantasy 7, I think. And 8. Horsey boys. Oh right, I wanted to see if that armor I got was an upgrade. That looks nice. Iron sword is better than the mithril sword? That... What's... Weird. Okay. Didn't see when I got the green beret, but cool. Doesn't give a strength, at least I don't think it gave a strength bonus like it usually does. It's an HP increase, okay. I see. Serpent Rod. Getting fun drops here. I need to level up, so I'm gonna try to fight stuff if I can. Currently pretty under-leveled. So it's worth opening all the chests on a map at least once because it might contain unique loot. Specifically in the Zodiac Job version, you don't risk the chest not having the unique loot, and instead having like some coins in it or something. That is no longer a problem. But it was in a different version of the game. %1 drop, damn. Is there like a treasure hunter passive you can pick up in this game? Increase drop rates. So if the element on it is ice, does it just do ice elemental damage when you attack physically with it? I really want someone to make the Gambit game, the Gambit puzzle game. It's like, it's all about complicated programming of party members to pass encounters, and you're not allowed to... Maybe you get like a limited number of manual pause interventions, but you mostly have to depend on it. And like make you actually unlock some of the more complicated ideas, like, you know, and nested if statements. Yeah, that would be nice. Those are a way higher level than what I currently am. Okay. I have to put myself in the, like, MMO mindset. Final Fantasy XI mindset. I was playing the game previously from the perspective of, like... Oh, it's a Final Fantasy game, so if I can see a place, I'm supposed to be able to go to it. I guess there's more optional areas like that than I thought. Zaid was asking about whether we're at the open point of this game, and I was like, well, I guess it's open in the sense that you can go back to places you've been. But have I all along been able to come down to this area, or was this blocked off by the plot? So So I assume this was blocked off by the plot. We actually want to go south, so... This was plot blocked. Have there been other, like, regions I've been able to go to that haven't been directly unlocked by the plot? Interesting. I wish that steal worked inherently like Protect, that it would only attempt to steal if they had something to steal. Or even, I would even be okay if, like, they would stop stealing once it says has nothing to steal, even though that would waste an action. Is the duration of Protect a fixed thing, or is there any way for me to increase that? Interesting. A potion. Black Chocobo, okay. I like the look of the Tactics Chocobos. Protect Raw, or whatever. Protect Ga. They finally got rid of Protect in Final Fantasy XIV, right? No, still an Ares gem. Okay. Does magical power affect healing efficacy at all? I guess maybe I want a rod once I'm doing different kinds of damage here. That's good. Shadowbringer is completely free of, like, 30-minute buffs. Yeah, that's cool. Belts are just stat sticks in a game that already has too many stat sticks. Seems like a good choice. It's been fun watching the arc of streamlining for 14. A lot of it is stuff that I was like calling back in Realm Reborn, that like it seems like this is what Yoshi P is working toward. They can't just do it in a single patch though, so they gotta like iterate toward it for project management reasons. Where will the concept artist put buckles? Just on the clothes. Don't you know this is Final Fantasy? Belts go anywhere but your waist. And Nomura thing isn't on the game. Make everything else out of recycled belts. Yeah, it's pretty funny to go back and look at some of the like early WoW classic skills that include like abilities with hour-long cooldowns and no thanks. That's cool though. Oh, that's expensive. Can I also complete the map just by, like, uncovering it through walking? That was a good theme, too. Still can't beat Final Fantasy XI's 2-hour abilities that also had boss and raid and dungeon strategies that were dependent on those. So if you whiffed it, you're not trying again for another 2 hours, friend. Those were dark times. I would really like to do an FF11 offline playthrough. Like, well, I won't stream it. I'll record it offline with my commentary with RuneScape. I have to look more into how possible and reasonable it is, but it would be fun to archive it. I'm guessing the PS2 servers are still down. Still have it on my PS2. I'd love a sell all junk that is not a teleport stone button. But yeah, the soundtrack is great. Big fan. Okay. Probably an upgrade for Ash. This is the survival vest. Increases magic power when HP is full. Accessories 13. Huh. Immune to sleep. Immune to silence is probably good to have, even though I don't have the accessory thing for it yet. Actually, probably having one of each of these status immunity things, in case there's a boss that it's suddenly a problem on. Monographs. Really? Okay, that's strange. Is it just like a loot vacuum? Lead. Oh, I guess in fire. Stone is a new thing to throw on gambits. Let me go farm some stuff for money really quick. Don't think I have bleed on Ash yet. Most LP spent to get to any particular one felt like a waste. Here they're just kind of scattered around the grid, basically. That's cool. Where's bleed? Alright, let's farm a little bit. We need to do this anyway since I'm to get to like level 23 for Bosch and Ash. Try to avoid grinding. It's always like to see the game as it's able to be played just kind of like front to back, but here I'm worried that being under-leveled compared to some of the enemies is going to cause problems. I guess these chocobos are only level 20, maybe it was just the Zagan mobs that were higher. So, I wonder if this game has a snowballing thing where, like, if you grind enough to get to a dungeon early, like if I grinded enough to handle the enemies in that dungeon that were, like, higher than level 30, I would then get a bunch of drops in there that would make me even stronger. Be like a break point. Fran got a level up. That's not what we're here for. Thanks. I like the idea of guest characters, you know, in like the Final Fantasy II sense, but I kind of wish you just always had one, because that's a little janky. Does level play a big role in like the damage calculations before the stats associated with those levels are taken into account? Oh, the janky frame rate is killing me. I'm tempted to pause the stream to restart my PC to see if it fixes it. It's not been a problem before. Is this the problem? Oh, I can't not have that on. Try dropping it to medium and see what it does. No, it's still janky. Let me just try restarting the game really quick. I won't restart my whole PC. This game boots up reasonably quickly. Start, quit game, yes. Almost all damage from it have level as a multiplying factor. Okay, so it's like Xenoblade Chronicles, where if you're under leveled, you're gonna get frickin' wrecked. Hasn't really fixed it, but I'm just gonna keep playing and pretend like it's not a problem, even though it's killing me. Supernola's brother, Kadalu. Wonder what the Garif know about the Nethicite. That's what I'm trying to find out. I see what you're saying, Walter. Yeah, that makes sense. I never made it without biting. Ask Mr. Owl. Maybe I can make it go away by just turning the fast forward off. Oh, that's weird. This game hasn't really done NPC chat event flags, and I guess in places where it has, it's always had a map marker, and then we suddenly have one that does. Oh, really? I thought you'd only have short downtimes without a guest. Okay. Meet with the Great Chief.
This Nethicite. You have used it.
It was not I who used it. Indeed, I had hoped you could show me how. Thus I've come.
I don't think you want to use it.
The workings of the stone, then we are no different.
What?
In ages past, the gods made a gift of Nethicite to my people. But the manner of its use eluded us. Displeased by our failure, the gods took back their stones. They chose instead to give them to a Yum king. Called the Dynast King, he used the Nethicite's power to bring peace to a troubled time. It is a curious thing. Though the blood of King Wraithwolf flow through your veins, you cannot wield Nethicite.
Cannot wield it? So then, am I to understand you can't tell me how to use the stone?
Though it shame me so to admit, here before me stands a descendant of the Dynast King himself, and I can accord her no help at all. Still, even if you knew how to use the Nethicite, you would find it of small avail. The mist collected in the stone over ages past is lost, and with it,
wasted
the
it on
stone's
nuking
power.
a ship.
It will be your posterity who wield the stone in ages yet to come. This stone is
Vaughn is
devoid
here.
of power, empty, yet full of thirst, a terrible longing to drink the world dry. The power of men and of magic, of good and of evil. It is often those who desire Nethicite whom the Nethicite itself desires.
Larsa?
It's him. I was expecting the guest characters to be one of these bird people.
To Baromi says.
I say we ought leave tomorrow. I was going to wait for my escort to return, but meeting you here has presented a great opportunity. This terrible war can be stopped, but I will need your help to do so.
A war?
You know the Marquis Ondor leads a group of insurgents. Your pardon. He leads a large resistance force against the Empire. Lady Ash, neither of our countries can afford this now. The Rosarian Empire would stir. They would aid the resistance and use this aid as a pretext to declare war on Arcadia, and Arcadia would have no choice but to answer. Lady Ash, let us go to Bur Omasace. With the blessing of his grace, the Grand Kiltius
Guy thrusts his head forward when he talks.
Crown and declare the restoration of the Kingdom of Dalmasca. As Queen, you can call for peace between the Empire and Dalmasca and stop Marquis Ondor.
For peace? How dare you say that? The Empire attacked us, stole all we hold dear, and you would have me save them from war?
Dalmasca would be the battlefield. What if Nethicite were used on Rabanasta?
Yeah, right.
You know my brother would do this. Forgive me. I presumed overmuch. I could think of no other way to avoid bloodshed. If you cannot trust me, then please, take me as your hostage.
Rassler.
This game is so weirdly paced.
You saw him, didn't you? Like at the King's tomb.
So you did see him too. But why?
It's strange. Before, I didn't even know what you looked like. And the prince? I barely knew there was a prince. Who knows? Maybe the person I saw was my brother.
Bosch told me about him.
He enlisted right at the end. But for what? He knew he couldn't win.
To protect something.
How can he protect anything when he's dead? Was it different for Prince Rassler? Did that make sense? Hating the Empire, getting revenge, it's all I ever thought about. But I never did anything about it. I mean, I realized there was nothing I could do. It made me feel hollow, alone. And then I'd miss my brother. I'd say stuff like, I'm gonna be a sky pirate, or some other stupid thing. Just anything to keep my mind off it. I was running away. I needed to get away from his death. That's why I followed you. You know what? I'm through with it. I'm through running. I'm ready to find my purpose. To find some real answers. Some reasons. If I stick with you, I think I will.
I wish I knew.
I'll find them.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like maybe it's just that the gameplay part of a, like, boots on the ground, small party of adventurers doesn't, like, lend itself super well to this kind of grand war between houses narrative style. Because, like, I think about Final Fantasy Tactics, where the gameplay is the battle between humans. That kind of makes sense in the middle of the plot whenever it happens.
I'm glad.
Here, though, I think you could have just immediately had Larsa show up after the
questions.
Nethicite got drained,
I hope to
and Ash
find
just go like, "Oh
answers
no, the
along
Nethicite's
way.
drained." But they had us walk all the way down here to like give us something to do,
There's someone I'd like you to meet,
talk to
waiting on
rando
Barometer's.
shaman guy,
Who
right?
is that? An enemy. And an ally also. You will just have to wait and see for yourself.
It's like occasionally they're like, "Shit, we got to give you a video game again." All right, here, run through the sewer or something.
He does not mean ill by it.
He's not bad. At least for an Imperial.
So maybe it's just this plot structure works better when you're like following an army, like you are in Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, it would make more sense that way, I think.
Barometer's stands at the northern end of the Jagd Remuda. Once we're in Jagd, we need not fear pursuit by their airships.
Don't get your hopes up. You remember the Leviathan sailed straight over the Jagd Yensa, right up to Wraithel's tomb. Skystone that works even in Jagd. You know Nethicite's behind it. Little wonder they're so keen on the stuff.
And what is it you're after, Balthier? You're a welcome hand and a great aid, but why?
Worried I'm out to steal the Nethicite, eh? Can't say I'm unaccustomed to people doubting my intentions. Nothing could be further from my mind. Shall I swear by your sword or some such?
Apologies, but I needed to know where you stand. Her Majesty depends on you, and you seem to have an interest in the stone.
I'm only here to see how the story unfolds. Any self-respecting leading man would do the same.
So you will leave. Pillar bow. Already own all your maps. It feels disjointed, but not like catastrophically disjointed in the way that Final Fantasy X felt, where it was like, okay, every part of this game was made by a different person, right? And none of them were talking to each other, and there was no like director. Here it just feels more like, okay, the director's focus is on the like overarching setting-wide plot about the relationship between nations and stuff. And the team has to come up with a reason why you're fighting shit. There's a limit to the amount of time I can spend on a chocobo? Wow, I don't remember having chocobos in this game at all. Eastern Kerwan. These Wu guys have their models used in 14, aren't they? Because they look familiar. Chest from Chocobo back? No. This is a dead end. There's probably interesting items here then. Gil is not the most exciting steel. So I've tried to look through the gambit option several times. Is there like community agreed upon best gambit to auto steal? I'm guessing it's not HP 100%. But basically I want steal to be a thing that happens once per enemy if possible. Looking through the conditions, I couldn't find one that wouldn't result in a bunch of like wasted turns. HP 100% is the closest? Okay. Fair enough. Number of long bolts. Yeah, being off fast forward isn't really helping with the frame jitter. Weird. Maybe I'll restart the machine and then I'll just be gone next week. Steal to be a reward for active play. God. Does Brawler work out to be competitive with, like, in-game equipment? Or does it, like, completely fall behind at some point? I noticed that there weren't additional upgrades for it. So it's gonna fall behind. It's already doing way less damage than Larsa and Fran are doing. It's too bad. I've always liked that about Monk. This might be worse with a Mithril Blade. I probably have to get her a pole. Magicite's worth a good amount of money. I guess warn me right before I'm gonna lose this guest character, if you wouldn't mind. I'm approaching the point of no return for it. Slasher? What was that? I wish it had the icon next to it when you picked it up. It's an axe, okay. Traveler's vestments. Probably wait till side quest until he's about to leave. What drives whether they do like a multi-hit combo? Is it just a chance for that to happen? I think her sword's actually worse. She's still shitty damage compared to everybody else. Probably just have to get her more... Get her like a staff or something. I'll wait to come into this LP menu until I stocked a bit more of it. On a 2 would be a nice pickup. Oh, and swiftness is over here, which I like. Swiftness affects all actions, right? Including spells. Try to buy that katana upgrade soon. Green magic. Larsa used to be a source of infinite high potions. Really? That's interesting. See if I can just fold out to the next shop.
I guess this one was a success.
Wow, I'm impressed, Vaughn.
I got a good feeling.
An alliance between Dalmasca and the Empire.
Reason tells me 'tis the only course. We must avoid a wasting war with the Empire
He
at
was
all
like Thunder God
cost.
Sid in terms of
Yet
busting the
I fear
game
I could
open
not
while he's
bear
in your
the
party.
shame, had I but the strength.
A shame perhaps for me and for you. But for Dalmasca it is hope.
And you can just accept this, can you?
After Vane's ruse, I had abandoned hope for honor. Yet, never did I forget my knightly vows. If I could protect but one person from war's horror, then I would bear any shame. I would bear it proudly. I could not defend my home. What is shame to me?
My people hate the Empire. They will not accept this.
There is hope.
Right?
Don't encourage
Hope for a future where we can
Not
join
that bad,
hands
am I?
as brothers.
Larson, please. This is serious.
I'm sorry. Don't be, Larsa. Somebody's got to put him in his place.
The Senate may play at intrigue, but Lord Vane is not one to be brought down easily. The entire military waits upon his orders, from the War Council down to the rank and file. What better blade than he to strike down the enemies of the Empire?
Your Honor reminds me of Zect 2 years since. He, too, put his trust in Lord Vane's strength, and what became of him? Gone without a trace since Napodis.
I will not hear you malign Judge Zect. He was a noble warrior. Or do you think his trust in Lord Vane ill-placed?
Zect is a cool name.
Vane took 2 of his own brothers' lives. He is ruthless beyond contempt.
Ruthless, you say? Would he were more so. He gives traitors no quarter, be they of his own blood. How fitting for one who would bear the burden of empire.
But could we bear him? Zagabath, what of you? Surely you do not believe his brothers were traitors?
So found His Excellency Lord Gramis, you would do well to mind your tongue, Drace. That matter is long past.
Your Honors, a summons. Lord Vane has arrived at the palace.
We come at once.
Lord Larsa has left for Baromises. He hopes to enlist the aid of the Grand Kiltius in stopping the insurgents. I doubt this will be enough to deter Ondor, but even a slight hindrance to his operations would be welcome. This will delay the Rosarian invasion, and we will have bought much-needed time to shore up our defenses.
Just as His Excellency had hoped.
No matter the result, I'm pleased with the young lord's progress. I can already see the stunned faces of those mud-witted senators. The fools think a child emperor's strings easy to pull from the shadows. But they will find that Lord Larsa is no puppet.
Yes, the senators would be most pleased with a puppet for an emperor. Recall, Drace, how the Senate fears and despises Lord Vane's ability. When they realize the truth, that Lord Larsa is no docile lamb to be shepherded, they will bare their teeth and devour him.
You're right. I shall speak on this matter with His Excellency at once. Gabranth, it falls to us to protect Lord Larsa. Are we agreed?
Aye.
Cool. Got it. It falls to us to protect Lord Larsa and also yell at people for using staves. I like the idea of the judges a lot. They kind of seem to just be played in this game as like important, scary bad guys. Like, they're like generals or something. This screen is familiar. That's probably bad. It's weird, like I don't remember most of this, but then occasionally I'll get into a map or something and I'll remember it for no reason. Remember these guys are pronounced curl? Earl. These ones are panthers, but they're the curl model. Yeah, they just didn't keep the judge concept from Tactics Advance too much. Curl, like to curl something? Okay. Oh right, I can do this. And stare primarily at the map, and not the actual game. Naturally. I ended up buying Stona. Okay. Really bad. I do have some softs. I'm just hoping the next town I'll have the same stock and more. Arsa turns to stone. This is a plot door? Okay. Uh-oh. I kind of like the way that they're facing up at first. It's cool. Two of them is probably bad. Everything's weak against wind out here. Does everything have exactly one elemental weakness? I don't think I've seen anything with more than one so far. What was his chance to miss? Oops, don't hit yourself. Slow wear off on its own, or does it have to be dispelled with like haste? Vaughn's like, what's up with the magic door?
What is it?
It's a magic door.
The jungle denies us our passage.
What have we done?
Yeah, I said that earlier, Walter.
We? No. I.
What's that mean? How are we supposed to get through that?
Making an appearance?
Come on, I'm talking over here.
I thought you'd left for good.
Hey!
Our choices are few.
Fran? Balthier!
This is as much for you as it is me.
Oh?
You are ill at ease. The Nethicite troubles you. You've let your eyes betray your heart.
Right.
As happens, right?
What are you doing?
Wookiee shit. Deal with it.
Soon you will learn.
Whoa.
Now, does she have the ability to just conjure forest paths anywhere? But there just happened to be a forest path there that she revealed. I think it's probably the
I bet
latter.
they'll be glad to see you after so long.
I am unwelcome, an unsought guest in their wood.
They have shops, though? That's all I care about.
In the village ahead, you will find her, Nyearn. Bring her to me. She will know why you call her.
No, I was just joking about. Would it be cool if she had the ability to conjure forest paths? Just like summon one and make it go through a person? Let's buy a map, sure. Oh man, curl pelts are worth a ton. Eye openers. Prince's Kiss wakes you from sleep. Oh, that makes sense. I saw it earlier and I thought it was a Maiden's Kiss. I'm like, I don't know where they changed the name of that, but that makes sense. Prince wakes you up from sleeping. Maiden stops you from being a frog. Beetlejuice. Betelgeuse. It says the Gaia Rod is an upgrade to his current sword. Just interested in spells here. Oh boy. Didn't know Asuna was this close. I guess it's quite a bit more expensive, but I guess with Gambits, the old spells remain relevant. But I don't have a if afflicted with negative status, cast Asuna, right? I'd have to make one for every status effect that Asuna can remove. And I'm broke. Lots of stuff to buy here, so maybe this is the town to farm in for a bit. Oh, if you do ally any, it'll only cast it if they have something to remove. I was worried that it would just like spam cast Asuna on them over and over. Thank you, Andrea. They're very hungry kitties.
Seems so. Being too much of a butt, but I figure while I'm down here.
Okay, I'll try it a bit. It frees up a ton of gambit slots for Bosch if that works. Damn. Get him, King. Larsa just went ham on that thing. Deal damage equal to the difference between the catcher's current and max HP to all foes. I don't want to put gravity HP 100%. I'm just worried that she'll continue to waste cast on enemies that are immune to it. Yeah, but I don't get afflicted with status effects frequently enough. At least not right now. I could see if you were in a dungeon where like the enemies all had an added effect, poison, where you're just constantly poisoned, then it wouldn't be worth switching it from Poisona, but that makes sense. So I'll try to remove it. I don't have the license for this action. But I got all of the White Mage licenses forever ago. Really not. 7. Okay, well, we're out here to grind, so. Is probably more dangerous. Didn't see how much the Earth Magic site was selling for. I think the curls were the money thingy. That would be cool. I've noticed enemies have aggro noises in this. Wish they used these urns more often. In this case, I don't actually want the map to be complete because it was helping me tell where I hadn't been. All foes in range. Oh, this is bad. This is super bad. Did I pick up Stona? Can I not afford it? I don't have the license for Stona. Hold on. Guess I appreciate. So all forms of petrify are gradual petrify in this. Wait. So ally status equals stone, or ally status equals petrify? Do I need to do both to make sure it gets removed? I get the sense stone is the gradual petrify and petrify is they're actually petrified, so you hope that that casts on everyone. I probably need to put that way higher priority. Hold on. Gonna cast it? Oh, so it's the other way around. Okay. Still haven't gotten haste in a shop. World Iron sold pretty well. It would be cool if Unarmed made up for the low DPS by having a really high chance to combo or something. Or if it had more nodes on the license board that unlock that. Petrify also decreases damage incoming and outgoing by a percentage of the time left until you turn to stone. Interesting. So if you could keep somebody somehow at like 2 seconds until they get petrified, they'd be almost immune to damage, but also wouldn't be able to do any damage. Oh, that's kind of cool. Do they keep aggro? That's a really cool interaction. It seems like it's an interaction that's well suited to the Gambit system, too. Telling you, Gambit puzzle game. You can make it work in a pretty fun way. Earth Magicite is trash. Got it. Pearl pelts are still the money item. So we wanted to pick up Beetlejuice / Betelgeuse. That sounds cool, Aki. I bet you could do it. It would be fun to like try to go for a like Baba Is You kind of feel to it, where there's an intended solution to most puzzles, but if you're clever with it, you can win with different setups. Kill an enemy with break. It won't count as the wrong enemy, so I'll reset the chain. Interesting. But also, if you use break on an enemy in the chain, it doesn't count toward the chain, I would assume. It just doesn't count as a kill, basically. Try this. I don't know if it's a good decision or not. The problem is the time, in the time it takes to cast. They've already damaged it enough that it's not going to do as much damage. But I guess it's decent in a group where she's just lowering everything's health. Well, actually, assuming gravity always lands, that has decent synergy with steel at 100% health. She's guaranteed to lower everything from 100% health so Fran doesn't get locked on one mob. We'll see if it's sustainable from an MP perspective, though. I'm not sure about that one. I guess it's also nice that she tries it once, and if it doesn't work, she doesn't like get locked into it. Yeah, I feel like the Gambit system makes it so that there are a lot of annoying RPG abilities that are annoying in most RPGs because they don't rise to being more effective than just a normal attack, right? It makes them more interesting. Or at least has the potential to make them more interesting. I'm sure most of the time it's probably better to just attack them, like a resource perspective. So it's kind of cool. Did it die already? No, it did. Dang. So if I wanted to keep a curl chain going, do they respawn if I just stay on the screen, or do I have to zone? It looks like they're respawning. I just want to get enough to give everyone the new armor and weapons. And... oh right, it didn't auto-equip this Beetlejuice. I know, right? I think it mostly comes down to enemy design, to be honest. Like, whether or not a JRPG is boring to me is pretty heavily dependent on how the individual encounters are stacked. When they stop respawning, you have to go 2 zones away to make them come back. Okay. Thank you. So, like, I think Mother 3 has some of the best encounter design in any JRPG I've played. The fights themselves usually have cool mechanics that you have to plan around, but as an extra layer, every battle has a unique, well, not necessarily unique, but has a music track that's different, and different music tracks are an extra layer of difficulty sometimes, since you need to press buttons to the beat in order to combo. Okay, so yeah, it was Petrify, not Stone. Hashtag Darkstar was wrong. Hashtag it's Darkstar's fault. It's fine. Two curl pelts. So the chain not only gives you a higher chance of getting the rare items, but also gives you a chance of getting multiple copies. There's no particular tell that enemies have stopped spawning other than you just don't see them anymore, right? Oh shit, don't attack those things. There's not gonna be like a message that says you don't see any more of these things. So much money. But I agree in general, Yukiko, that like the big thing that's like we're doing this because this is the way it's always been done. That's the Dragon Quest problem, right? Of course we have to have Zing, and it has to work the way Zing has always worked because that's the way Zing works. Dating back to the NES. But I think it would be fun if they like looked at some of those abilities and like asked, okay, how could we make, you know, random physical Dragon Quest ability that's garbage, number 278, useful in this game? Oh, enemy name S to Z. Gotcha. Just here for Gil, I don't want to spend a ton of time here. I know, right? Except Toad in Final Fantasy II, which is OP and awesome. Zing, but if it fails, a caster gets a big heal instead. Guessing they might be done spawning now. Maybe that's why they have the teleport stones, to keep you from using it to respawn enemies. 2 zones away seems hard. To run basically through the entire Osmond plane. Zing, but it plays a sad trombone when it fizzles. Zing, but the game is over and it erases your save when it fizzles. Oh, does it count as 2 zones? That would be great. Shit. If I ever make a Barclay-style parody RPG, I will definitely include Zing that deletes your save when it fails. Just also have a regular resurrect spell, that's fine. I like this Gravity Gambit. I need to get, does she have access to something that will let her recover MP on attacks? That would be nice. Wish I could control F this board. I mostly wanted to get bleed there for enemies that are like flying or whatever. Brings the character back wrong. Changes the plot for the rest of the game. Swiftness, channeling. No, the swiftness is really far away on this board. Stamp. Move your status effects. War Mage. Gain MP after dealing magic damage, which I hope includes gravity. There's a swiftness. You cast it. It splits the universe into 2 timelines. One where it failed, and you disappointed your mother by marrying someone she disapproves of. It's good. I have headsman. Do I get... I feel like there's a bunch of common nodes across every board, and I wish I could just look at the list of common nodes and then jump to their location on each board so I could make some informed decisions about some of these. Okay, so I don't think she's gonna get the recover MP when attacking. That'd be a pretty good combo. It's too bad. Alright, we're gonna get Asuna. Okay, and then Fran. I keep thinking is getting license points more slowly, even though I think that's how it works. I haven't actually bought Thundara. Probably want Gambit slots, actually. That would work in a roguelike. Alright, Fran. Foe. Fire Week. Cast Blizzard. I keep changing one and assume the game's like, well, I wouldn't make a Gambit that makes no sense, right? So I don't have to do the second half of it. I feel like they really significantly increased the complexity of this, even though they've already kind of dialed it down by not giving you if, then, or and statements. But a lot of it's in vain because, like, why would you cast anything other than Poisona on a poisoned ally, right? Why would you cast anything other than a fire spell on a fire-afflicted enemy? I feel like you could have made some simple versions of these, where instead of having 2 statements on this, do this, it was just Fire Weak foes cast your highest fire spell or whatever. One of those, like, ability to trivially misplay type things. I think we want Wind Weak. We've got Ice Weak. Under Water Week. I thought I said it's Blizzard. I'm sorry, I don't know why my brain doesn't work with that menu. I think I, like, give myself the dopamine hit of having done the thing when it was what I was literally just saying. I selected the condition and I'm like, well, there's nothing I would do When something's weak to ice, then cast ice, so I must not have to take any other steps on this. It's a Witcher 3 mod that uses a weapon oil for the type of enemy you just entered combat with. HP 100% cast oil. Steel, and another character with enemy oil Iraga. No, my bad. I don't know. I think I was thinking about picking up Thundara or something. So your chain breaks when you leave the zone, right? Yeah, that's probably it. I was already bored of the task of assigning Blizzard to Ice Week enemies and was moving on to doing the Lightning one. So touching a save crystal, that probably would get me in trouble. You dummies. Leave that Malboro alone. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it remembers the enemies from the zone transition. That's kind of cool. It says I'm dropping frames at the moment. I'm just gonna push through it at the moment since I'm grinding. Appreciate y'all's patience. Hopefully it passes. I'm having a problem with casting gravity on stuff that's really far away. This happened during the Yakuza stream, but it was only for like 30 seconds or so, so fingers crossed that it's just that. Probably done here soon, but I'm gonna keep doing it so long as my internet is shitting the bed over here, so y'all aren't missing anything super interesting. What's the highest chain number that matters in terms of influencing drops? The chain system is a little janky and strange that it exists in this game. It's sort of like taking a player behavior that I feel like you'd want to actively like disincentivize and actively incentivizing it, right? I guess you have the same thing in Pokemon now with shiny chaining or whatever. Chain number doesn't matter directly. I'm gonna do one more round of curls. I'll exhaust all of them here, and then we'll move on. This should be enough money from the pelts to pay for all the stuff I need, and hopefully have enough cash banked for future purchases. I find a lot of this just kind of comes down to having enough money to snowball. As it increases, you have a chance of being promoted to the next chain level. Regular, bronze, silver, and gold. So once I start seeing gold emblem item drops, I know we're as far as we're gonna get. Gotcha. Swimming in money here in a second. So is that roll happening, like it's becoming increasingly higher, more likely the higher the chain number for every drop, or once I promote, now all drops are silver, or all drops are gold, or whatever? Three pelts, damn. It's almost an entire upgrade by itself. Wake up, idiot. Oh, right. Now that I actually have the Asuna thing, I didn't actually assign that gambit. Let's try not to fuck it up here. Switch her to be our Libra person. Self-attack, yeah. Story of my life. So we think he's not going to waste Asuna if we do ally any. Guess we'll find out. Looks like he's not going crazy, just spamming Asuna and stuff, so that's a good sign. Once you promote, all drops are better until the chain breaks. Gotcha. Yeah, so it seems like the only way to do this, to maintain an enemy chain, is to do this, right? To like hover around a specific area of the zone and then specifically try to leave 2 zones away. So you wouldn't get a high chain during normal play unless if you were in a zone that only had one type of enemy for like an hour. I think I just got a Chivo for 50 chain. Very strange. I was about to say I think we're out of the woods on the frame drops, but they literally just came back as I was about to say something. King Jeff and Lyle again. Jeff has been really patient with me. He's like the big boss guy. He's like the guy that runs network integrity for the Four Corners states. But I'm pretty sure Lyle and Lyle's boss hate me. They do not like me. I feel really bad. It's like, you guys aren't supposed to have to deal with customers. You're supposed to be technicians. But no one at Comcast has trained the call center to handle my problems. They don't know what I'm talking about when I say I'm experiencing upstream degradation. Like, the call center and the home technicians are only trained to tell whether your internet is on or off. And one customer who always notices, yeah. Like, part of it is I'm awkward and I don't like conflict, so I don't want to like cause conflict by sending them an email and saying, hey, I'm dropping frames again, guys, what's up? So I get that that part of it's not rational, but also just kind of comes from a compassion perspective that I know every time I send this email that it's kind of ruining their day. And it really shouldn't be their problem. There should be a trained person in the call center that can like open tickets to them so they don't have to like email me personally. I think they have training for downstream problems in the call center. Like if your Netflix was lagging or something, they would acknowledge that, but they have no conception. They don't even really accept that upstream is a thing. You would really hope so for business class service, exactly. Like I said, I pay like $240 fucking a month. I actually have an alarm on my phone that's telling me I need to call them to renew my contract and like start it over, otherwise the price is gonna go up. So that's the discounted rate. It's like, Jesus Christ, it's just trying to play video games on the internet. It's not a complex use case. I should be able to do this on residential internet. I could if I lived in just about any other first world country. I remember the hotel Andrea and I stayed in Tokyo had better free internet than my home internet in terms of speeds and apparent reliability. And in the US, at least most of the hotels I've been to in the US, if they give you complimentary internet, it's like barely good enough for checking your email. And I've sometimes had to pay like $15 for check your email level internet. All right, let's finish up here. See what we can pick up. Knock on wood, we might be out of the woods again, maybe. Yeah, US hotel internet is worse than cell service a lot of the time, exactly. Actually, it wasn't just Tokyo, because we were also in... Andrea had a science conference in Nagoya, which is why we were out there. So both the Nagoya hotel and the Tokyo hotel had like 150 down up. I had to pay extra to get up to 30 up. Alright, here we go. Oh my god, I got 99 of them? I didn't even realize it. Guess I have to pay attention to that. I probably wasted a bunch. Shit. Well, that should cover... Damn, that... I kind of don't like that. I kind of don't like that if I spend 5 minutes grinding chains in this super goofy, like, weird that it is incentivized by the game way, that I can just solve my money problem indefinitely. Like, why even have money at that point, right? Ew. Alright. Downs. Use slow stop. Just do the standard, get like 50 of every status removal item thing, so I don't get hosed. Yeah, I assume so. Brigandine. Why? What's great about poach? Does it give you unique things that you can't get from steel and the regular drops or something? Oh, wow. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Got bleed, finally. I was gonna try to pick up swiftness here. Oh, and break would be nice. Increases the duration of status effects. Does that mean, protect? It must, right? I don't know what else I'd want it to be on, to be honest. Drops in this game aren't enough of a nightmare already, yeah. No kidding. Fine. HP is probably good. The HP nodes all located in one spot in the base game. Should probably be focused more on those kinds of upgrades, the passive things that don't require specific equipment or techniques or whatever to be found. Whoa. What's the difference between weak and vulnerable? Is vulnerable like double weak? Ah, faux flying is an option. Okay, that's good. So I cast bleed on that. Can bleed be resisted, or is it's just direct damage that happens to be over time? License yet? Meaning it doesn't resist? What are they poached from? I'm still running those, right? I'd like to get the double license points for everybody if there's a way to get copies of them. Get the fuck out. Mirn. Ether. Alright, Bunny Kashyyyk, open your doors to me. Where is plot progress? Not down there. Way down here. They all have 4-letter names. It's fun. They added Viera to Final Fantasy XIV, right? Gotta have a Lalafell / Taru Taru appropriate name. You gotta have a Viera appropriate name, although you're gonna run out really fast. All the good 4-character names are probably taken on launch day. Oh, that's interesting. Good for them. So are there going to be no gender-locked races as a Endwalker?
Hey, Mjorn lives here, doesn't she? We're here to see her.
You will leave at once. It is not allowed for humans to walk on these grounds.
We'll go as soon as we
Hrothgar
see
Ronso,
Mjorn.
right?
If you can find her.
We're not leaving until you let us see her. Fine then. We'll look for her ourselves.
Ah.
I've heard the voice of the wood. She says Mjorn is not in the village. Jote, where has she gone?
Why do you ask? The wood tells us where she has gone. Or can you not hear her? You cannot. Your ears are dull from hearing their harsh speech, I think. Viera who have abandoned the wood are Viera no longer. Mjorn too has left her embrace.
And you forsake them in turn?
Yeah, Balthier, that's about the gist of it.
The village. Viera must live always with the wood. So is the green word, and so is our law.
We'll let you worry about keeping your laws. Just do us a favor and stay out of our way. We'll find her ourselves.
All right, Vaughn. I don't think this game is full-on Raiders of the Lost Ark, where... That's the one where if Indiana Jones did nothing, the story would progress in the exact same order, right? Still like Indiana Jones.
Our sister has left the wood and gone west. She wanders warrens among men who hide themselves in clothes of cold iron. Thus to me has the wood spoken.
The Viera may begin as part of the wood, but the wood is not the only end we may choose.
The same words I heard 50 years ago.
Yeah. I was arguing earlier that, like, depressed 2021 me, my hot take is that every character is Vaughn. Oh, haste! Holy shit! It's a really fucking important thing to just have lying over here. But I think it makes Vaughn that much more comical because he's a Vaughn in a game where everyone is Vaughn. He's the Vaughn. There's a character in Feast for Crows, I think. Song of Ice and Fire. He's one of the attendants to Doran Martell, and for whatever reason, George R.R. Martin didn't want to do a POV for Doran Martell, so he only does a POV for this character. Ario Hota. That's his name. And the fan community refers to him as the camera that rides, that he just exists to be a camera. Number Vaughn.
Not bad, Vaughn.
The nothing
Didn't think
is
we'd
nothing.
get any information out of that one.
Good ever nothing.
So then, what was she saying about men in a warren?
The Henna Magicite mines. Maybe that's what she meant. They lie in Bangkor, south of the Osmoan Plain. The entire region is a colony of the Arcadian Empire. There would be soldiers.
Is that a problem? Let's move.
Fran,
Yes?
I was wondering what Yote said, you know? About how you said the same thing 50 years ago?
Your point?
How old were you again?
Yes, Vaughn. Good answer.
Nice fun.
Surprisingly rude.
Try to grow up, please.
At least he gets to be the anime idiot that doesn't understand things. You ever get a POV of someone who rules one of the Seven Kingdoms, always someone in the court. I don't think I've noticed that. I think you're right, though. Ned Stark was an exception. Oh, but I guess it starts with Clash of Kings, right? Because Robb hasn't risen up yet as King of the North. Okay. Yeah, I follow. It's weird to talk about Game of Thrones. I was really, really into it for a while there. Now it's like talking about like a friend that I had a falling out with or something. It's a bummer. Hey, so I guess Andrew and I watched Dune over the weekend. I don't want to give any spoilers for it. You should watch it. It's pretty good. It's a shame that they didn't automatically greenlight part 2. They probably could have wrapped it very elegantly if they, were filming them back to back and didn't have to like prove themselves to Warner Brothers. But I have a general tonal question about Dune. Am I right to assume that Dune is significantly more like cynical or pessimistic, maybe is the right word, than like The Lord of the Rings? They were kind of sort of contemporaries, right? Tolkien had read Frank Herbert's stuff. Dune was quite a bit later. And John doesn't really need the Seven Kingdoms yet. I feel like I read something somewhere about Tolkien not liking Dune. Oh god, I accidentally switched. Did I do that for anybody else? Okay. Hold on. Hey, I can get another one. Okay, sure. So I guess I'll state my speculation, which is like a back-of-the-box speculation. This isn't a spoiler if you haven't seen or read Dune, but I suspect that although Dune features a Messiah narrative, that it might be skeptical of Messiah narratives in a way that Lord of the Rings is not. Let's try ally any haste and see if that works here. Something I like about Game of Thrones a lot, because I guess that was George R.R. Martin's original idea, was like, what if there's a chosen one, and the chosen one accidentally died like 10 years before the start of the story? Someone just fucking killed him. Does this game have a Hastega, or is it always single target only? I should try to get that thing that increases the duration. That would be nice. Dune and Game of Thrones are comparably cynical. Okay. I think it's a bummer because I don't know that we're ever going to see George's intended end of the story, but I get the sense that he's not coming at it from a I'm just going to make things miserable for the sake of it being miserable perspective. Like, it feels like it's driving towards a triumphant, positive ending. I think that's one of the main things that D&D misunderstood in the making of the TV show. They were like, oh no, what this show is all about is about the water cooler moments when something awful happens, so let's just like turn that up to 11 and do a ton of that every week. Haste doesn't last very long. She's basically just casting haste all the time. Alright, we'll see. I might change that later. I have not read Dune, no. So the movie was kind of fun to watch. See if I could figure it out without that context. I've seen a lot of media like Dune, that like an adaptation that feels like it only works if you've read the source material and are enjoying it as a companion to the source material. I feel like Zack Snyder's Watchmen adaptation is like that. I'm sure it's watchable if you've never read Watchmen, but it works better to me, I think, if you're familiar with the graphic novel. But I thought Dune worked. Gospels exist for almost every buff. We were talking about it in the Spoilers General channel, if you watched the movie this past weekend, Six Gun, if that interests you at all. Did the zoo just disappear? It was really weird. Okay, so I'm getting the sense that haste is not a spell that I can just put on autocast like this. Maybe it's one that I turn on temporarily for like boss fight or something. But it's definitely just as busted as it is in every other Final Fantasy. Oh, bummer. I hope you feel better, Six Gun. I just have the cultural osmosis stuff about Dune. I know spice, sandworms. Yeah, they're gonna do it simultaneously with Baba Azul, so you're gonna have to wait for Baba to be over. I hope that they enjoy Obra Dinn. I'm a little worried since it's not a deduction game. People keep pitching it to them as a deduction game. It really isn't. Can I get there from Jahara? It says south of the Osmoan Plain. Which makes you think it's that, but I couldn't go down there before. Alright, let's go through Jahara real quick. You should watch, if you didn't see it, Cracking the Cryptic, Simon did the music box puzzle, the Hall of the Mountain King thing from The Witness. It's a really good video. Don't read the chat, though. It's annoying. I don't know what it is about. puzzle games. Oh, it must be that other exit. Huh. Maybe I need the chocobo to get down there? I can try that. $30 gil is dirt cheap. Excuse me. You can play it pretty quick. It's like a 8-hour game, maybe closer to 10, but it's not significantly longer than 10. I can see that for sure. Super confused. There's no other path that's south of here. Final Fantasy 12. How to get to... Oh, it had free fills with 10 mines. Look for chocobo tracks leading into some brush. Whoa, seriously? I saw those earlier, but... it's the kind of thing that's like unusual for the way the game's been structured up to this point. And it's like your occasional surprise La Mulana grade puzzle in a game. Not that this is that, but that happens sometimes where you're like, you need to set up that this is an expectation of play. What possible status could I set? Suppose I could set it so that only one person is hasted. The strongest weapon, maybe. Does it also effectively cancel slow? I could put that on there as well once I get extra steps here. Do it only when a certain number of foes are present. Yeah, there are several hidden chocobo-only zone transitions, and they should, like, mention it. Especially when they give you the chocobo for free the first time. Be like, oh, by the way, this will let you get places. Can't do ally MP equals 100%. I would love to, because I would love to use that as a shorthand for the ally is at full, ready for battle. It's weird that I can only do less than. Strange. I guess we could just have her cast it on herself for now. Like, I think it would probably still be economical to combat in general if she just was a haste bot. But it drains her MP too fast, so... Corpses!
Researchers from the Draclaw laboratory. What were they doing here?
Research.
This is another banger on the soundtrack. I use all kinds of video game music for D&D soundtrack stuff in Roll20, but I find that the Tactics Composer is really good for music that just plays on a loop in the background that isn't super distracting. If that's what you need. Separation locked from the other side. Oh no, this zone is also familiar. That's like 2 in a row. I bet the forest was familiar because it was a good place to grind because there was a zone transition. There was a 2-zone transition right nearby. I may have even have been grinding those curls. The color of the switchboard phosphor corresponds with gates currently closed. Cannot open red and blue gates simultaneously. No accidents, no injuries, no worries. I almost want to put somebody else on the time mage board once I get a chance to respec, just so that multiple people can be tossing haste around. Is it a 50% improvement? It might be, holy shit. Is there a Final Fantasy where haste just, like, sucks? Probably not. I guess if it was, like, true turn-based, like, not the Final Fantasy X solution to turn-based, where turns are fractional. If it just increased your speed to let you go first, then who cares? The only RPG I've played where, like, turn order matters in a way that's super interesting, I think, is Darkest Dungeon. When an eldritch monster steals your coworker's life force, it was definitely not an accident. Don't file an incident report. Self-sacrifice? Oh, sorry. Discord restarted. Nightmare. Easy name for a horse enemy. Yeah, I still had hit count, exactly. Alright, Ash. We need to get you a gambit slot for charge here. I think I picked it up already, didn't I? Thought I saw it on her list before. No, apparently not. Bummer. You stop interrupting combat with it. Ethers are never purchasable in this game, I assume. Might just have to make haste a boss battle only ability, as much as that's a bummer. Let's at least switch it to be an ally equals slow. Oops. Bone Crusher. What the hell is that? Something I don't care about. Hammer, maybe? Purchasable from hunts. Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing, Walter. Or tell me you can never have this ability. Flame Shield. Get the license node for that. Oh, there's charge. That's why I remembered seeing it. It's close. Probably want that if I can pick it up here. Gotta take the magic potency, unfortunately, which I don't particularly care for. Alright, right, I went to all that trouble to pick up the Katana 2 ability, and then the next shop didn't have the same stash. Lore. Try to get down to swiftness seems good. What do I even want from this board, if anything? Oh, that could be good if I can get her. So she gets that from Spellbound. Maybe that doesn't apply to Protect then? Is there some kind? Maybe it's like what debuffs does White Mage get? Because it's on the White Mage board. Technology. Just be like, when in doubt, go for a Gambit slot. Probably should just like give up and find somebody to give Pelias to. Doesn't give anyone access to something new as far as I can tell. I guess it can be Fran. Cool. Increases the duration of buffs by 30%. So what boards is it on? Suddenly T-Rex. Feels like I should have done White Mage, Time Mage to get that for extended haste. Spellbound applies to buffs cast on the character who has it, not by the character who has it. Interesting. So that's worse than what I thought it was, but I guess it's good for Fran to have it because then when I haste her, she stays hasted for longer? Huh. Ah, the classic mine T-Rex. Linux, haven't seen you guys in a minute. Thanks for looking that up, Walter. I would not have thought that that was the way it was going to work. So it's buffs only, or does it affect negative status effects too? It's just says status effects, which would really make me think that it's based on what they cast. That's so strange. Okay. Is this the most mechanics-heavy Final Fantasy, I wonder? Or modern Final Fantasy. I guess like Final Fantasy 1, there's basically no story and it's pretty much just random battles. But like 7, 8, 9, and 10, I guess arguably 4, 5, and 6 all kind of have a comparable amount of story. Yeah. Mimics, they designed the monster first and the chest they're mimicking second. Yeah. I do remember being weirded out by them being called mimics. Like, they're just like ants. I don't understand. Alright. This is potentially extremely bad. Fran, don't do the thing you're doing. Do this. Do it again. Do they respawn if you come back in this room? Yeah, especially since it counts as a chain, right? Jesus, I wonder if this is good money, too. Yeah, we gotta turn that steel thing off. Or just change the order here. Hey Spiky, while you're in chat, I saw the thing you posted in the maintenance channel. That's really weird. You said it's only on Yakuza? Episode 6, I think, was still recorded on a PS5. Maybe I have to go 2 zones back to respawn them. So going from PS4 to PS5 is all I could think, but it's weird that it would have not been there on 6. I do have a new central monitor that was bundled with my new graphics card for the stream PC, and I was having some trouble getting the PS5 to 1080p on the new monitor. I kept wanting to do a higher resolution, but I finally put it in the safe mode and got it to work. Maybe that resets some audio settings somewhere? I'll try to listen for it. I haven't listened to your VOD yet. Thanks for pointing it out. I'm always nervous about that kind of thing. Is it the entire game audio, or is it just like the voice lines? So I think I have it installed on the PS5 as opposed to playing from the disc, which maybe the installed version uses compressed files to save space or something. Maybe I can test it off stream. I want to see if it's something I can hear in my own ear or if I can only hear it in OBS. Only Yakuza. Super weird. This is a cursed game. Yeah, no shit.
Look at the Magicite. These mines much resemble the ones at Lusu. Of course, Draculaur must be searching for new sources of ore. Should the Resistance forces move, the rich veins of Magicite in Bujeba will be forever beyond their grasp.
Is it her? What is this mist? Man.
This stench of fumes. This stench of power. What's wrong with her? Stay away! Power-needy Hume!
In case it was like a weird Twitch issue. I googled it and I found it. I think it's a problem with the monitor, which is like, what? That's like my audio issue where I had like an unshielded graphics card that was causing crackling in my headphones. It's completely fucking bizarre. Check Discord, Darkstar. Maintenance channel. It's Tiamat. They use this model in Final Fantasy 14. Kind of looks like the thing that does the what dungeon is it? It's a Realm Reborn dungeon. It's smaller than this. Stone Vigil, that's right. Yes, man, it's the same basic model. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I googled it, and it says that when the PS5 is outputting to specific monitors and TVs, it sends it to the wrong channels, I guess, and there's a way to go into the settings and manually fix it. I think I played another game that's not PS5 native on PS5, but it was like spread over. Let me see if I can find them through the plot history. While I auto attack this thing to death. Final Fantasy 12 things. It wasn't Okage Shadow King because that game doesn't work on the PS5 at all. What else did I play that? It should be noticeable on Final Fantasy X-2 if you were to compare the audio from like episode 1 of that, not the demo one, but the one we actually did on stream, to episode 7. You probably have a more sensitive ear than me at the moment, but if you feel inspired and notice it, let me know. Dragon-like creatures need metal rings. I think I asked that during the Final Fantasy X playthrough, Aki. Like, is this some kind of, like, Japanese trope of having some kind of metal ring behind you? Or around you in some way? Looks cool. Just punch it to death, Ash. It's gonna be fine. I wish it was really easy to switch between your 3 Gambit settings without going into the menu. I would use all 3 presets, I think, more and have like a boss setting. I could still do it in a boss, it's not that long, but it's long enough that it makes me not want to mess with it. Yeah, dialogue gets sent to a center speaker that doesn't exist. It's based on Tiamat. Well, for this week's Yakuza stream, I'll try to adjust it. If you're able to tune in, let me know if you hear it spiky. Oh, those fucking things. I remember that thing being weird and thinking it was strange, but I don't know what it is. It might be in the final dungeon or something.
That thing inside her, what was it?
It was a plot ghost. It's Final Fantasy VII Remake. Early.
Is it you? When the Hume soldiers came to the wood, the village took small heed of them. So long as the wood herself is safe from harm, the Viera give little care to goings-on beyond her. But in me, an uneasiness stirred. I had to discover why they had come.
So you came here hoping to find something out and got yourself caught. You're as foolhardy as your sister.
They took me then and set close beside me a stone. They said its mist would be drawn into me, that the Viera well suited this end. I saw the light coming from the stone, and then...
We have seen this. On Leviathan, the mist released from the Dawn Shard drove me too into such a rage. She was taken not by the Dawn Shard.
Manufactured nethicite. Then that means... Penelo, the stone I gave you, do you still carry it with you?
Sure, it's right here.
This is a thing more dangerous again than I had imagined. I should never have given it to you. Forgive me, I didn't know.
I'd always thought of it as sort of a good luck charm. And even if it is dangerous, on Leviathan it kept us safe.
Thanks, Penelo. I was hoping Larsa would turn around and just be like,
there is a place
who are you again?
Things,
I know that like she was involved in the plot with him earlier, but the way he slowly turned his head.
I hope you're right about that.
Vaughn and Penelo, man. Incredible choices. I wish that they would publish like character usage statistics. Like how BioWare does. Someone out there is a hardcore Vaughn and Penelo stan. It never takes them out of their party.
Whispers. Take it. Lente's tear is a permission. Pass through the wood and leave. To other places go.
That cannot be all. I saw it when I left the village. Ivalice is changing. How can the Viera stand and do nothing at all?
Ivalice is for the Humes.
What makes a Viera turn neutral?
But that is wrong. How can we just hide here in the trees when all the world outside is on the move? I too wish to live freely, to leave this wood.
Do not do this. You must remain away from the Humes. Stay with the wood. Live together with the wood. This is your way.
But Fran...
I really like Fran's voice actress who's done nothing else. She sounds so weird.
I have discarded wood and village. I won my freedom. Yet my past has been cut away forever. No longer can my ears hear the green word. Is solitude you want, Miern?
Sister.
No, Miern. Only one sister remains to you now.
The wood.
You must forget my existence.
Wow, that was like an emotional character scene. Whoa, what the fuck? What game am I playing again?
She goes against the laws of the wood. I threw down these laws. It is better that I do this. Better I than one who must uphold these laws herself. I have a request. Listen to the wood's voice for me. I fear she hates.
Yep, the wood hates you.
The wood longs for you.
Aww.
For the child gone from under her boughs.
A pleasant lie, that.
Be cautious. The wood is jealous of the Humes who have taken you.
I am as them now. Am I not? Goodbye, sister.
Is that the first scene in the game that was just involved with character development and wasn't about advancing to the next, like, thing that happens? I guess the actual, like, going into the mines to rescue her wasn't terribly important, but... Yeah, I guess the actress is Australian? Whatever accent she's doing, it's like, it sounds, like, ethereal. It's cool. Cool, thanks folks. There'll be more Final Fantasy XII. Actually going to take a bit of a break because I'm going to do Metroid Dread, I think, starting next week. But it'll be back once we finish that. So, Future Marstead, you just finished a plot thing. You can leave the woods. You should be able to go through the magic plot gates now that we're outside. So, good luck.